Thank you for that wonderful panel discussion. I found that very interesting. So many of you know me, not all of you know me. I'm Rowena Shu. I work for something called the NetBeacon Institute. And today I've been asked to talk to you a bit about DNS abuse and what that looks like in the Baltics. I understand you've had presentations going in both directions in the past. Some have said there's no abuse, some have said there's lots of it. So I'm going to take you through the data project that we run at the Institute and give you some information on both what that looks like for ccTLDs and what that looks like for registrars. Okay, so first up, what is the Institute? So the NetBeacon Institute was created by Public Interest Registry in 2021. PIR runs the .org top-level registry, and they are a charity registered in the US. So the money that they make from running .org and the other TLDs they have to reinvest into the public purpose. And so one of the things that they do, one of the initiatives they run is the NetBeacon Institute. So we are part of PIR, we're fully funded by PIR, but the work that we do is much more external facing. So we run projects primarily for registries and registrars to try to create a safer internet. We do a lot of work as well, collaborating and educating people within the industry, but also external to the industry that want to understand these issues. And basically, the Institute is really primarily two people, which is me and Graham Bunton, who some of you may know. Graham came from a registrar background, and I came from a registry background, having previously worked for Nominet, the UK ccTLD, and some government and regulatory experience as well. So one of our main projects is called the NetBeacon Measurement and Analytics Platform, or NetBeacon MAP for short. This is a project that we created when we started the Institute because we felt that people talked about this term, DNS abuse, quite a lot, but nobody had a really in-depth understanding of it. And when I say DNS abuse, we use the ICANN definition, so phishing, farming, malware, botnets, and spam, when used as a delivery mechanism for the other four. This project, we took to an academic partner and said, we want to understand this to the best possible way. We want an academically rigorous methodology that is consistent over time and can be compared. We don't just want domains on a list and no other context. We want you to try to evidence this, and we want to understand it broken down to TLDs and to registrars. We also want to know if the domains are maliciously registered, so registered for the purpose of phishing or malware, or if it's a case of compromise, so typically this happens at the website level, a content management system gets compromised through a vulnerability, and then that's used for malware or phishing. So we partnered with Core Labs, which is a spin-off from Grenoble Alpes University. Some of you might know Maciej Koniński, who runs that, and they came up with a pretty comprehensive and transparent methodology to explain how they're getting to the numbers that they are. They also said, we can only really do this for phishing and malware at the moment. We don't think it's possible to cover the other aspects of DNS abuse to the standard that we want to do this. And so this project only looks at phishing and malware, and that's what I'll be discussing today. So this data comes into PIR's data team, who help us then push that out into a bunch of different products. I say products because we don't charge for anything that we produce, and we never will. It's things that we make freely available for the industry and for anyone who wants to understand this. Some of these are public, but we also give individualized dashboards to registries and registrars as well, so they can understand more granularity about what's happening in their zones. So what does that look like? Basically, whenever anyone tries to measure DNS abuse, they tend to do the same thing, which is you figure out, like, what's your purpose, what's your focus. You get a bunch of input, which tends to be reputation block lists that are typically created for network protection, not for measuring harm at the DNS. You undergo a bunch of cleaning to try to narrow that down based on your purpose, and then do some analysis, present that, and people interpret it. So our project works in the same way. Core Labs picked 4 threat feeds that they felt to be the most reliable in this space. That's APWG, URL house. I knew I shouldn't have listed them off the top of my head. Fish tank and OpenFish. They then try to evidence that harm. They do a really significant cleaning process. So they remove what they call special domains. So domains, and this is a publicly available list, domains where it typically wouldn't be appropriate to mitigate at the DNS level. So subdomain providers, dynamic DNS, file sharing, hosting sites. Those get taken out. They deduplicate URLs down to domain names, take out IP addresses, which are often on these lists, and then they go through a really comprehensive process of analysis. So that includes a process to figure out whether the domain has been maliciously registered or it's a case of website compromise, trying to get screenshots, trying to visit those pages and those URLs, taking basically a fingerprint of loads of different attributes. And that becomes important to then go back and measure whether mitigation is happening. They do that at specific intervals, starting at 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15. I think it's then 30, 1 hour, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then every 12 for 30 days. So that all gets packaged up, and we present that and try to interpret that and help drive industry conversations and make that available. So today I'm going to use that to try to apply it to the question about what abuse looks like in the Baltics. So first, caveats. All of these types of projects, all data is best efforts. We do the best we can to make this as accurate as possible, but no list without false positives really exists. And the starting point, as I said, is imperfect. RBLs are not created for the purpose of DNS level mitigation. They're typically created for network protection. So we do have some challenges when we try to measure. Some areas, particularly when you go down to the individual TLD, can have really low numbers. I'm pretty sure a lot of the lists have a geographical bias. So I would love to know from local experience if you have other views on this and you have other lists that have much more of the local abuse, if you have it. And we struggle a little bit with geo-blocking as well. A lot of abuse can be pretty targeted and only accessible in certain ways. But with all this in mind, also we optimize for accuracy over coverage. So we're not trying to measure this is all the harm that's out there. And usually when we talk to operators, they say, oh, we see a lot more in our abuse desk than what you're showing us. But that tends to be pretty consistent across the board, which helps with comparisons over time and across different TLDs and different registrars. So with all that in mind, let's have a look at some data. So this is ccTLD data from our TLD data set grouped into the ICANN regions. And some of my keys have fallen off the slides, but that's okay. And so what I'm showing you is basically the raw volume of unique domains per month that we've classified as maliciously registered. And we're starting in June 2022 and coming up to May this year. And you can see that different regions have had different peaks and drops. Europe is kind of in this light, I don't have a clicker, this light green color in the middle. And you can see that Asia Pacific is at the top, although they've had some interesting drop-offs. And also Africa is that dark purple line, which has had a little bit of a drop-off as well around March 2023. I don't know if anyone can guess what that might have been. So this is, of course, just looking at raw numbers, so size of TLD is going to be part of it. That drop-off, I think, is largely related to what happened with Freenom. So Freenom were offering free registrations in a selection of different TLDs, and they were also acting as a free registrar service. The biggest one was TK, which is the island of Tokelau. Freenom was also operating a few African ccTLDs in the same way. And I do think it's an industry secret that when you offer everything for free, you tend to end up with a lot of abuse as well. So Freenom closed around that time, and the abuse kind of just dropped off in all the lists that we were monitoring, which I think is what is leading to that drop. You'll see there's another kind of peak in volume here, I don't know if these people can really see. Around the new GTLD contracts, I don't know if that's the reason. That's just the only thing I could think of that might be part of that change in volume. But it's open to, to discussion. I think it's interesting. I'm not sure exactly what is driving that, but that's one theory. So where are the Baltics? You're in that little tiny kind of end bit of all of the small amounts. So let's go a little bit closer and have a look. So this is the same data. So it's stacked by TLD in raw volume across time. But we're looking only at European CCTLDs here. So again, we're not making this a rate of abuse, so you're going to get a larger volume in larger CCTLDs. And again, our Baltics are kind of hidden away in this end long tail. So what does that look like more closely? So this is the same data, but I've taken an average over that time period and then represented it by TLD. So we're still looking at raw volume. It's just an average of how much you would get per month over that time period, which was June 2022 to May 2025. And as you can see, our Baltic TLDs are, again, down in this end tail with an average of 2 domains per month in EE, 2 in LV, and 1 in LT. So those are all really, really small numbers. Our public reporting, we make exclusions because we know that there could be false positives and things like that. So you need to have 5 a month to get into our low abuse tables, and you need to have 10 a month to get into our high abuse tables. So typically the Baltics are in our appendix for low rates of abuse. For low numbers of abuse, which means they don't end up in our rates of abuse. I've kind of ignored our usual minimum requirements and just calculated the rate per 100,000 domains under management anyway to give you a sense of that. And this is just looking at Europe. Again, it's an average. It does mean that some of these TLDs are quite small and the numbers might have been quite small. But again, even if you look at it as a rate compared to the size of domains under management, the Baltics perform well. So 1.1, 1.2, 0.8. So this is just looking at Europe. But let's have a look at what that means compared to our public reporting, where we publish tables on all TLDs. So keep these numbers, these rate numbers in mind as we look at the next slides. And I'll share the presenter pane and move over here. So this is from one of our most recent reports this year, but I think it's fairly typical. So we publish 2 tables for low abuse in CCTLDs, large and small. So this is the large one from July this year. And you can see that the rate of abuse ranges between 0.47 and 1.08, which is not too different to the rates we're seeing in the Baltics. But these CCTLDs, some of them probably have a much bigger base to be working with to calculate that, which tends to be an advantage. In our smaller CCTLDs, the rates range between 0.69 and 4.5. So from slightly lower to a bit higher than what we see in the Baltic numbers. If we look at GTLDs, then what we saw in the smaller ones was a range of 4.6 to 12.03, so all higher in the smaller GTLDs. And this is the same data, but for the larger GTLDs, so ranging from 1.8 to 4.9. So again, higher than what we see in the Baltic numbers. So what about your registrars? This was a more difficult one for me to analyze. As far as I can tell from the largest registrars in each country, from the top 3 in each country, I could only find that 2 of them were also ICANN accredited. Happy to stand corrected on this if I couldn't find them. But this is a challenge because we have a pretty hard time allocating domains that we find on block lists to registrars who only operate locally in CCTLDs. It's quite hard to do that matching because in GTLDs everything is formalized, everything is open, everything is standardized, and so it's much easier easier for us to figure out, oh, this .com domain belongs to GoDaddy. So that's why we have a hard time with this data, that if there's abuse in local registrars, it should still show up in your TLD data because it's quite obvious who the CCTLD is. But we don't put it into our registrar data set that we offer. We only use GTLD. And that was to create consistency in how we presented that information, because it's harder in some CCTLDs than it is in others. So it disadvantages or advantages different registrars. So of those two registrars, one is growing a lot, and one seems to remain quite stable. I'm going to give you an indication of each of those. So register number 2 is the one that has remained relatively stable over this period. So this chart on the left is showing you domains under management across the same time period. And then the chart on the right is showing you a track of their malicious domains per 100,000 domains that they hold. So that's the same rate that we use in our public reporting. And the range here is between 4.6 to 34.1. So is that good or bad? Sometimes it's hard to tell with these things, isn't it? We have a very, very rough rule of thumb when we talk to people that below 5 is pretty good, above 10, you might have a challenge on your hands. So this has obviously changed during the time that we have been collecting data, and it has kind of gone up and down. Perhaps that's just a natural peak and it will drop down again. Registrar number 1, and I probably should have put these in different order, has been growing rapidly over our data period. Previously, they were listed in our public reporting tables as having a pretty high rate of abuse, around 91. They were on the top of our public tables at one point. We actually had a really good conversation with this registrar, and they very much, to their credit, took this on board and said, we don't want to be on the top of these tables, we're going to do something about it. And you can see, as they've continued to grow, their malicious rate has gone down over time, till it's about 8 or so, which I think is pretty impressive. So what does that look like compared to our public reporting? So recently, we've been seeing that abuse has become increasingly concentrated with specific registrars in the GTLD space. We have another blog on this on our website, but you'll see this reflected in our public reporting too, that the names at the top of our lists, which are Aceville, AltaHost, Dominet, NiceNick, their numbers are just like astronomically bigger than what we're seeing anywhere else. So this table is ranging from 88 to 2,304. So actually, 91 and 34 don't look too bad to these outliers, and this table at this particular point in time. And I guess the other thing I should mention about this table is we do something called consistency requirements. So when we were creating this, we didn't want to sort of name and shame or penalize registrars or TLDs that just had a bad month, because everybody can have a bad month. And so what we tried to do was create a system where you had to be consistently having high rates of abuse. And so that's why you'll see some names redacted, and you'll see these numbers of months at the side. So if we're going to name you in this table, then you need to be in the table for at least 4 of the last 6 months. So we give you kind of 3 months, and then we'll always tell you if you're in it. But then when you get to 4, 5, or 6, then we start unredacting, which is why some are redacted here. What does low look like for a registrar? So the low is pretty low at the moment. This is smaller registrars on the left and larger registrars on the right. And the rates are 1.2 to 2.9, and then sub 1 to 109. So the low has been becoming increasingly low over time, which kind of puts our previous registrars, I guess, somewhere in the middle of both of these. So what can you do about the flow of malicious registrations? There's been a lot of focus, particularly in the ICANN space, on mitigating reports that are evidencing abuse is already happening. The GTLD contract amendments changed the contracts in 2024 to require registrars to mitigate when it's appropriate. But now I feel like we're talking more and more about what do you do if you have malicious registrations coming in at a rate that is disproportionate. And the conversations I usually have with registrars go something like this, where we say, have you looked at the reports you're mitigating and identified any patterns? Are there things that link these together? Because often these types of campaigns, particularly like the phishing ones, they tend to have quite a lot of domains registered, and they're blasted out to try to capture a lot of people. So some of the similarities we've seen in our data, you can have alphanumeric patterns, so like com-, gov-. There can be similarities around the time, the method of registration. We had one registrar that had quite a lot of abuse coming up, and then they decided that they were going to limit cryptocurrency payments to customers who had already demonstrated trust. And that led to a big drop-off in their abuse. Another thing to consider is, are the credit cards going through for this in the payments? Are you getting chargebacks? And if so, are there tools from your payment provider that you can utilize to try to detect fraud at the point of registration? Often payment providers have premium tools, you might have to pay for them, but they tend to have a lot more data to try to help you figure out at that point what's a high-risk registration and what isn't. Because that's a difficult thing to do. You don't want to be picking up the vast majority of legitimate registrants, but you want to be trying to accurately pull out the ones that are going to cause you a headache down the line. If anyone's thinking of doing that, and they're not currently doing it, I'd love to chat to you, because we want to look more in this space. So, finally, some conclusions. Based on the data I have, I would agree that Baltic CCTLDs do tend to have very low rates of abuse. Is there a geographical bias? Maybe. In terms of the registrars, data's pretty limited, but for the ones I can look at, you're kind of in the middle of what we have in our public reportings, but some really interesting case studies there, I think. Finally, as I was saying about kind of anti-fraud detection, I think this is going to be the next frontier for the industry to look at. It's not just going to be about responding to reports when they make their way to you. It's going to be about also proactively trying to filter out at the point of registration which ones are the highest risk. So we have a lot of free products to help you do that. One final plug, we have a separate project called NetBeacon Reporter. We push the domains from NetBeacon Map through Reporter. Reporter is like a conduit. We automatically send the reports to GTLD registrars. We enrich them and give additional information. We are now also at the point of incorporating CCTLDs. So if you're not already on board, please get on board. LV came on board last night. You can use an API if you want, but you can also just do it with an abuse reporting email. That's going to be simplest, quickest, and the volume's going to be low. So that's all. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions. Aita, still working on my Estonian.
Thank you. We have a few minutes for questions directly from the audience. No apps this time. If you have any questions, then I would like to see a show of hands.
I never know if it's a good sign or a bad sign when there's no questions.
Well, I mean, you had a very comprehensive presentation. Yeah. That's all I can say. Well, thank you in that case. But I think you will stick around for...
Yeah, I'm going to stick around. I have a webinar to do a bit later, so I might duck out, but I'll try to stay as long as I can.
Yeah, so you can find Robin and have a chat if needed. All right, thanks.
Cool. Thank
I will
you.
skip this. So now we can move on to the question of new TLDs, and Chris is ready with the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am delighted to be here and see so many friendly faces and enjoy really a wonderful part of the world where I learn a lot about my job, and I'm really inspired by all the work that you do every day. I'm Chris Mondini. I work for ICANN. I'm the managing director for Europe, and I'm based in Brussels. I am American originally, of course. I still am American. But I've worked for ICANN for 14 years in 4 different offices. So I started in what used to be the Silicon Valley office, which no longer exists. And now, many years later, I'm here. And I joined ICANN right around the time of the so-called last round of GTLD expansion. So I do have some insights on comparing how it worked that time and how it's working this time. I'm also always very conscious that there are many people here that are deeply involved in ICANN policymaking and deeply knowledgeable about these programs. And so if anybody wants to chime in or clarify something or even answer a question that I can't answer, it does happen. So please, if it can be a conversation, I'll be delighted. I'm going to just try to give a status report on where the program is and some features of the current program. And if we have time, or if you'd like to ask questions that relate more to you and your needs and your interests, please do let me know. So I always like to remind all my audiences about ICANN and the impetus behind such a program. So I'll talk about our mission, talk about aspects of the current program, 2 sub-programs that are designed to make it work better and be more inclusive, the Applicant Support Program and the Registry Service Provider Evaluation Program. And then just go through the timeline. I had somebody last night tell me, well, the most important thing you can say about the new GTLD program is it's on track. So I can start out with that. It's on track. Everything's going according to the timeline. And then give some links where you can follow the progress. So, as I said, it's kind of hard for me to think. I've been with ICANN for 14 years, which is the majority of its time in existence, since 1998. And I came to it from a career in diplomacy, and then a career as a tech consultant in Silicon Valley, and I really feel like I've married my interest in doing some good in the world and doing something that's public service with tech regulatory knowledge and all of that stuff. And so we have this model. All of you are stakeholders, most of you are participating in some way, and as you know, we meet in a very prominent way 3 times a year, and the next meeting is also in my region, the Europe region, in Dublin at the end of this month. This program is the result of many years of policymaking that some of you participated in, and a lot of hard work. We branded it as Next Round, which probably wasn't so great for the external audiences. I spend a lot of time going out to totally new audiences, tech conferences, people that don't think about the DNS, people that don't think about how important it is necessarily to their business or their enterprise or their organization or community. And they're like, why do you call it Next Round? Well, that's because I have to explain that in 2012 there was this expansion, and there were many more categories of TLD that came into the root. And importantly, IDNs, internationalized domain names, are also a big innovation. And I told the story of how when I joined ICANN, it was just at the beginning of this last round, and I printed out the applicant guidebook in 2012, and I was sent on a 36-country roadshow, 36, with the then CEO, to explain what's a GTLD and why you might be interested. I did not know when I joined ICANN. I came from a tech consulting background, but I didn't know. And when somebody explained to me about this program, I thought, well, that sounds really complicated. Why? I didn't understand the why. And I will say that internationalized domain names were a big influence in convincing me of the interest. So when I got to places on the roadshow like the Middle East and Gulf nations and India and China and Japan, and I saw that they were very interested in this aspect of the program, that was also a big influence in my understanding its benefits. And if you think about the internationalized domain names in different scripts and the efforts to make them acceptable in all the software and platforms that we use, and you think about the hundreds of thousands of volunteer hours in about 45 different countries and about 10,000 volunteers that are making those work, to me it's also quite inspiring about the model. And along the way, those other groups, the communities, the nonprofits, the businesses, the municipalities, they also told the stories of their interest in the program. So Next Round, as we're calling it, these are some of the uses. As I said, we're seeing, I'm Coordinating the global outreach effort. So I'm part of the stakeholder engagement team where we talk to both people within our community already and try to attract more people to the community. And when we have a big campaign like universal acceptance or explaining the registration data research system or anything new that ICANN rolls out like this, we're the team that goes out to tell the world. And I really do feel like sometimes it's like we're given the task of go tell the world what a GTLD is and go ask them if they would be interested. And I was like, okay, we'll do that. We're a team of about 28 people. So these are some of the ways that people are using them, and these are some of the justifications that people use internally when they're talking about applying for them. And I will say that in the feedback we get, again, from around the world and my colleagues in the different regions, that I expect that there will be an application in each of these categories. So communities, IDNs, geographical name, TLDs, there is interest. And again, these are just some of the, whether you're a business or you have a brand, or you want to control your registry policies, you want to identify yourself with a location, these are all ways people are using them. So of course the other part of what I explained to these new audiences is that it's not an easy thing, and it's a lot of responsibility to operate a registry. So it's, many corporates, for example, think, oh, I write the check, I give it to you, and you give me my GTLD, and I hand it to my ID department, and they run it. It's, what you're really doing is you're agreeing to operate a part of the global internet infrastructure, and what you really need to do is demonstrate that you can be vetted, that you're responsible technically, that you're robust financially, and so forth. So you're operating a piece of global internet infrastructure, and so even the timeline of what happens after the payment of your application fee is all designed to make that vetting happen. So these are some of the responsibilities for a registry operator, and the program is designed on what's called a cost recovery basis. What that means is, because ICANN is a nonprofit organization, it's not set up to, as a business, it's set up to recover what the investment is in setting up the program. And so through very complex modeling, the recovered cost to cover the application processing is just north of 220 thousand US dollars to apply. And again, this is something for the new audiences. They look at that and they think, okay, wow, that's more than I thought. Why so much? And then there's an explanation that you're also investing in equipment and personnel and registry fees that are ongoing and so forth. So the ongoing financial and technical obligations are something that, again, having been around the world in 2012, it's much clearer in all the communications now. And so what we don't want is a lot of applications from unqualified people, or and the security, stability, and resilience of the DNS is paramount in our mission. So we don't want to attract new registries that aren't able to do what many of you do so well. Again, and you know very well if you're in this business what the registry operators are required to do. So there are really two aspects of this round which are meant to get some efficiency gains, and one of them relates to an applicant support program. This program existed in the last round as well. It was very underutilized. It had very few applicants, and only one, and I think there were 3 applicants, of whom 1 qualified. The idea being that the ICANN community that developed the policy really wanted the more diversity also geographically and in terms of the kinds of organizations that were involved. And so they wanted the program to offer financial and advice support to qualified applicants. And so this time around, all of this developing of whether there is a cohort of applicant support eligible entities is happening now, and the application is open now and will be closing in just over a month. So the policy that was developed identified these kind of organizations as being eligible for support. So the nonprofits, the charities, the NGOs, non-governmental organizations, also intergovernmental organizations, indigenous and tribal peoples organizations, and also micro-enterprises or social enterprises in developing economies. And so if you are one of these categories, you can apply now in 2025 up until November 19th to see if you will qualify for the support before the application window for GTLDs opens, which is in April 2026. So I'll show the timeline in just a moment. So these are the categories that can apply, and what they get is a reduction in that evaluation fee, initially ongoing reductions in some of their registry operator fees, but most importantly, and this is really what is kind of, I think, allowed us to connect with the cohort of applicants for support is expertise. So many of you maybe have already signed up to be a pro bono advisor to help organizations understand what they need to do to get ready. The last numbers I had seen was there were around, and I don't remember what they were. We had a lot of initiated applications in our application platform system, but now it's about between 50 and 60 that we see are active, that the organizations are continuing to fill out the application form and are engaging with some of these experts to get advice on the application. And so at least, around, say, 50 are going through the pipeline. They've got the application initiated, and I will say they represent every region of the world, so there is geographic distribution. The other enhancement this time around, for those of you that were involved in all of the registry testing last time around, is that this registry service provider program is also running now. So if you're a back-end registry service provider to a GTLD, you have already got your application in to do it for the next round of GTLDs, and the testing is going on now. And similarly, there's good geographic distribution. There's a very healthy number of registry service providers who have applied and are currently going through the testing. And as we'll see on the timeline, the enhancement is that all of that testing and all of those pre-approved registry service providers will be made public at the end of this year, 2025. So if a GTLD applicant wants to contract with one of them and make the application together in 2026, they can do so. They may also wait until 2026 and apply alongside the identified registry service provider that they've chosen. But again, doing all of the testing as much in advance, doing it all once rather than repeatedly is meant to realize some efficiencies. And again, it's part of assuring the security, stability, and resilience of these new TLDs, that they'll be backed by vetted technical operators. And again, these are, this is what I've just said. They're being pre-vetted, they're being pre-tested, and the list will become available at the end of this calendar year. So this is the timeline where I say everything is on track. So a couple of things. I actually have another version of this timeline. But I mentioned the applicant support program. The window to initiate an application closes the 19th of November, and all of those should be completed by the end of the year, essentially December. And so those that end up qualifying for support will go into this application submission knowing that they're a qualified ASP applicant. The all-important applicant guidebook that so many of you helped to develop and have participated in public comments on is now in its final iteration to be published and approved very soon. We have said by the end of the year. I think it will be in advance of that. And that, again, I printed it out again, I'll confess, because I was curious to see how it compared with the last one. It's a little bigger, but it's mostly appendices. So it's about 400 pages, of which half are appendices. So I wave it around on my Zoom calls just to make a point about how complex it is. Also, as I mentioned, it's not on the timeline, but in December, there will be a list of the published, vetted, and approved registry service providers. And then that is to allow people, and the guidebook will be translated into the ICANN languages, and that's to allow people to get ready before their application window opens in April. The last time I gave this presentation, someone said to me, "Oh, it's very important that you explain what happens after this." And again, I have a couple slides in here, I think, about the journey. But this is another important aspect, as I mentioned earlier, to help people understand that there's a process to be approved and there's a process for the community and others to weigh in. So these are some of the key chapters or modules, as they're called, in the applicant guidebook. Sometimes I have to go back and give presentations to groups that have already heard this part, and now they want to know all of these details of what's in here. And I usually have to bring somebody who's worked on the drafting of the guidebook. But these are what they're most interested in. So if you go to Module 1 in the guidebook, there's a very complex diagram that shows all the steps after your application to get through. People are very interested in the fees. So in addition to that application fee, there's information on refunds that you're qualified for if you pull out at a certain moment of the application process, if you withdraw, or if there are external circumstances that stop your application. Another thing that people find interesting is that the fees, since they're designed on a cost recovery basis, if there's a great affluence of applications, there is a chance that those fees will come down because more applications mean more application fees, meaning less per applicant. And that's something that people pay a lot of attention to on the business side. Module 3 is about all of the ways that the public, parts of our community, the Governmental Advisory Committee, and others can put in advice, appeals, and objections. Of course, true to ICANN fashion, we tried to anticipate every eventuality. We had a lot more data because we did this in 2012, but trying to sort out contention sets, multiple applications for the same string, has a great number of detailed procedures that are going to be followed. And there is a community priority evaluation. So again, as in 2012, if you qualify as a community, you're meant to get some, let's say, assistance relative to maybe a big, well-funded corporate in that situation where you're in a contention against them. The geographic names are also very, very, I get a lot of questions and we get a lot of inquiries on this aspect of the applicant guidebook. And then there are public interest and voluntary commitments, which some people who want to operate registries say, we want to have these rules and make them known and available to the people that we will be serving. These is just a list of the different ways that the community can provide input. Again, these go into great detail of the applicant guidebook. We're spending some time at the ICANN meetings informing and advising the Governmental Advisory Committee on their important role of providing advice and assuring that they're connected back with their capitals and they know that this is happening. So we want to have a no surprises approach when it comes to governments. These are all the various, these slides, I'm very happy to make them available to you. We made a champions toolkit. If anybody wanted to go out and give a presentation about the next round, it's also translated into languages beyond the ICANN languages. There have been a few interesting innovations that will be beneficial to the ICANN community that arose just from this program, and that is one of them. And I'm on a little bit of a roadshow giving this talk in front of many, many different audiences, and hoping that people feel prepared for the next round. And if you want to see me on stage again, I have the ceremonial joy of welcoming people to Dublin. I think I've seen the agenda for the opening ceremony, and it's like 2 minutes for this person, 2 minutes for this person. So I will literally be standing up and saying, here's the next speaker, but come see me, say, here's the next speaker. It's a great joy to welcome all of you if you come to an ICANN meeting. And Dublin, we went to Dublin 10 years ago, and it was quite a successful meeting. It's a really, really lovely city and venue, very welcoming culture. And given the timing of this program, it should be a lot of lively discussion. And so please email me with direct questions or follow us, and I'm here through the afternoon to spend time with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I will take this. And ICANN is, of course, do we have time? Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah. I was ahead of time. There is a question in the back.
Hi, thank you for presentation. One question regarding when bidding or auctioning. So if there is multiple parties interested for specific TLD, which is not, let's say, community application, how the bidding would work? Who would get the chance to manage the specific TLD, especially if there is a lot of interest? And we heard all the stories from last round, some of them cost 40 million and stuff like that, so.
It's a very good, direct, and simple question with a very long and complex answer. But the module on the contention sets explains that it tries to implement a real desire from the community to avoid those kind of private auctions or private, let's say, deals or gaming of the system. One of the innovations was to implement a second choice string that you can submit with an application if you're an applicant. And when strings are made public, you have an opportunity to just switch your string. And then there are many, I would say, inhibitions to private deal making. In fact, they're really restricted. And so there is still the potential of an auction, an ICANN run auction, but it is at an ultimately very last resort. So that's my very simplified answer to a very complex part of the guidebook. But the community wants us to avoid some of what you were referring to, what we heard about in the last round.
Hi, Chris. Thank you for this presentation. I pretend that I don't know the answer for your question, and when I may apply .est.
.est.
Est.
Okay, so this is the life of an ICANN engagement person. You get a simple, direct question that has a very long and complex answer. So there is a section on reserved and blocked and, let's say, forbidden names. And it's a very complex undertaking. And in the applicant guidebook, you'll see that the community developed the policy in a way that prohibits some of the three-letter prohibits all of them. So, and again, I can't really give you an editorial opinion on the policy-making process, but I do see it as one instance where there was an opportunity for that geographical participation from around the world that was precluded by the decisions to not allow these 3-letter geographical identities to be applied for. So, and it happens even though that even like companies that may want to apply for their company initials, and they look on this geographic list and they see that it's a EST or another 3-letter code, that they're unable to apply. The geographical codes are all from the International Standards Organization, and those are at least we can refer to those lists, but the ones that were allowed and not allowed were determined by the community, and so that's a precluded application.
If EST ever comes to life, then I will just buy a dictionary and register every word in English with the biggest, largest, smallest, and in the end, the best, b.est.
A great business idea.
Yeah, exactly. Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
And thank you for being the supporter of this event.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, now we will spend 20 minutes trying to put together AI and GDPR and see what comes out. So, Erkki from Telia, you are welcome on stage.
Thanks, Hendrik. Yes, let's see what will come out. Hi, everyone. So, AI meets GDPR. Regulations will meet the future. How it will look like, no one knows. I think that's the short answer. But let's have a discussion and let's see some thoughts. I'm Erkki. I'm leading data analytics in Telia. Telia is the largest telecommunication operator in Estonia. And in my past, I have been leading data and analytic functions in large Estonian companies. A few years ago, I was in a situation that I thought my work is becoming boring because analytics was quite ready and I didn't know what to do. But luckily, we all have a new thing. What we can every day think about is all about this type of AI and the transformation about that. So let's look a little bit closer on few ideas about this topic, about my experience, what I have seen inside of Telia and in other companies as well. So the first message, what I think defines this landscape very well, is that the technology is changing faster than our organizations. Our organizations are ready to change very slowly, but the technology is changing very fast. Especially when we are looking at this type of new AI technology. Do you all agree that it's changing very, very fast? Can you stay in a saddle? It's impossible. So basically, I had just recently another presentation on this topic regarding AI strategy. And then we figured out that it's the organization strategy, not the AI strategy. Technology is the easiest part of it. But let's look closer some of the examples. So what to do in this type of conditions. Regulations, what we have, AI Act, GDPR, are actually this type of guiding principles for us. But how we have a guiding principles in extremely fast-changing environment, where no one knows where we are going to end up. Few myths about this topic is that the big, fast change is over. It's definitely not. The continuous change is accelerating. So AI technology is over. We can't predict. Our expectations are wrong in very many cases. At least that has been exactly like that in the last 3 years, 5 years period. When we are looking at the capabilities what the technology has today, then yes, if you have a good experience, it feels overwhelming. If you have a bad experience, then you are disappointed. But it is becoming more and more expert. In a narrow and controlled environments, this technology can replace us all. but in a narrow and controlled environment. If you're looking on your everyday life, do you live in a narrow and controlled environment? Probably not. And that's kind of the good thing or the bad thing as well. So this new technology is here. This genie, we can't put it back to the bottle. Do you agree? So the question is, what will happen next? Do you know? Stanford University, thank you for participating. But Stanford University had excellent surveys. They presented the first survey in 2016, and they said what will happen in the future. What do you think? How did they do? Not even close. It's really funny to read it. There are some words are right, but the meaning is totally wrong. In 2021, they tried again. What do you think? How did they do? Yeah, not even close. In 2021, when they did this prediction, they did not predict what will happen with the transformer component, which is the critical component of all the large language models and etc. It's funny. So they're doing it again. What do you think? How do they do? Probably as previously. Again, it's just an example that how transformative is the nature. So we have a question regarding the GDPR and legal regulations and etc. So my domain is information and analytics. So I'm not a lawyer. That's not my domain. So I can't go into all of these nuts and details. But I can definitely go to the details that what's the purpose of information and what is the name of the game. And the name of the game is to use the information to make a better decision. And this landscape is changing. So what we know is that we are in a rapid transformative situation. The change is happening. We know that visibility is really, really poor. We have had many, have you heard this type of vendor lock situation or the situation that we can't get locked into some technology? So we had the principles on 2 to 3 years vendor lock policies. So any systems what we built in Telia, we need to be ready to change it in 3 years. That was in the past. And we considered us really this type of conservative and future-looking. At the moment, 6 months. You can predict what will happen with the model 6 months. And then there will be some surprises. So, a little bit more specifically about the GDPR and AI Act. Otherwise, I will just shoot to different directions versus the name of the presentation. So, why we have a GDPR and AI Act? Why we have GDPR and AI Act? Yes, exactly. To protect our human rights. And this is something what we are often actually forgetting. We think that this is just to make Europe weak or uncompetitive or something like that. But the purpose is really clear and simple, to protect our human rights. Does anyone, we all care about our human rights, especially in a case when there will be a violation. As long as there is no violation, we kind of don't care about it also. But that we see again at the moment, all the uncertainty around it is transforming the landscape quite heavily. So to protect the human rights, we all agree, but how we do it in an age of this type of very, very fast AI transformation where the technology is doing something what we don't understand. Let's look closer. So we have had GDPR for many, many years. I remember when the GDPR came, I was really happy. I was leading analytics and big data, and we did a lot of crazy things before 2018, and now we are doing a little bit less crazy things at the moment, but it was good. We had clear rules, boundaries. Many of my colleagues in analytics consider this like a bad thing that will not be able to do anything. I consider it still a very good thing. It gives us some directions and guidance and etc. When we're looking at the GDPR, then the main principles of the GDPR is on a data subject level. So we control the data subject level, mostly the privacy issues. So the subject is basically you, and we control what we do with this type of subject level rules. And this is When the GDPR came in 2018, it took like many, many years before most of the companies will figure out what the hell it is. But now we have AI Act. It's rolling out at the moment, and this is a little bit different. This is different from this perspective that it controls the purpose, not the subject. So you can have the same data, you can have the same system, you can have same technical setup, but you can use it differently. And this is something where we see the AI is actually transforming the way we need to address this technology also from the legal perspective. You can have the same data, you can have the same system, you can have everything the same, but how you use it will define the risk. So basically there's more accountability, transparency, and the purpose. So, where are we? We have been pushing really, really heavily on a data governance perspective. So data governance, that you govern your data, your structured data, your rules, you know, where it comes from, how you store it, how you delete it. All this is this type of data governance. And this is critically important. It is critically important component to have the input for the AI technology. So we had the privacy data, we had the data lineage of how the data is moving, and etc. And this is something what we have been pushing with the data governance. Many companies are still pushing, and this is not easy to fix also the data governance on the structured data. But what is the question marks what we are going to have now with the new, this type of AI data governance? And what type of challenges we have there will be my next slide. I think of the biggest transformation what will happen, or is happening actually at the moment, is that our capability to analyze multi-structured data. So I have a small hint here also, structured and multi-structured. Basically, multi-structured is everything, and structured is just structured data. So we have a first time, at least what I know, a capability to add up the memos. So we can multiply the memos, we can add up the documents. We can divide and do mathematical calculations with the documents. We didn't have this capability 3 years ago. It's totally new. It's totally changing the landscape. So the question is that in this type of situation, that we have this type of multi-structured data as an analytical asset, how do you govern it? Most of the companies, almost everyone what I have seen, has no policies how to govern the multi-structured data. How you create your memos, how you create your architectural drawings, the files, and etc. Raise a hand if you have a file of version 1. Raise a hand if this file, version 1, has a version of final, and then final. And most of you are just shy, yes? And it doesn't work. I was just doing for one presentation, I asked the AI agents, give me everything what I have been thinking about the AI strategy. It gave me all the wrong things, what I thought about a year ago, because I haven't deleted them. And I have it doesn't work. But I have never thought that I need to govern all my information in a totally new way. These are the easy examples. If you imagine your everyday operational life, we are going to have a much more complex situation where we need to govern our information assets in a totally new way, and we have never done it before. And it's coming bloody fast, and that's where we are. The winners, yes, will be defined in the future, but let's see how it goes. So all of these components regarding this type of multi-structured data, the key principles is garbage in, garbage out. It's an old principle. We all know it. Especially at the moment. When I have seen some colleagues who says that the AI is stupid, your input is stupid, very often. It doesn't work in that case. If I have documents that one document will say that let's turn right, the other one will say let's turn left, nothing will happen. But very often, this is the input what we are giving. So what we are looking in this type of 3 success components. The first success component is basically we have input, we have technology, and we have output. So the input is the data what you're putting in. The garbage in, garbage out applies here. The second part is the technology. You have your AI servers and licenses and all these other things. And the last one, you have to have a problem. If you don't have a problem, you don't need a solution. And the biggest problems are with the first one and the last one. The AI is bloody simple. There is a for all the things there is a video in YouTube. So the AI technology for us, we don't struggle with the technology. We struggle with getting the data in and getting the purpose out. Here is also the problem is the value. Problem is not the bad thing. Problem is the value what we are solving, and most companies have no idea what's the value. And this is also the reason that the companies are investing either too much or too little, because the optimal is really, really hard. And yeah, so if you are building this type of AI strategy or looking also from the legal perspective, then we need to actually cover the data assets, how we manage these. Obviously, we need to manage the technology, but we need to manage also that how we are implementing it, what type of next steps will happen with this technology. I have my last 4 thoughts here. So when we are looking at this type of AI transformation, then the question is that what is different? And I have highlighted 4 components, what I already mentioned also briefly, that what is different when we are looking at the regulations and the new technology. So the first one is that this type of automated complexity meets accountability. That's the place where I meant that even if you have this AI workflow or solution, then the same input, the same technology, but different way of using will create you a problem. And this is the place where we need to have a much more different ways we monitor our AI solutions. Historically, we have had solutions that we know what will be the output of our process. With this one, we don't. It depends on the human input or how they are using it, or it depends, in some cases, also some unknowns. The AI, especially the Gen AI, is kind of the black box. Most of us have no idea how it works. And it requires a new accountability, where we need to have a much more different ways of educating our users to meet the operational principles, what we are after. Unfortunately, very often we even can't define them at the moment, but we are already expecting our people to meet them. So that's this automated complexity means accountability. The second one I already mentioned was regarding this type of dual regulations. So we have the rules and regulations which are on a subject level, when we're looking at the customer privacy, the ethics, and etc., on the subject level. But then we have a new regulation on the same time when we are looking this type of purpose, operational, this type of principles, and it makes obviously the governance much more broader. In very many cases, I think from the governance perspective, in this type of very complex situation, we need to have more of this type of principles than the rules, because the rules, otherwise we're going to have rules what we need to change and adapt always. I think one of the problems what I see with the regulations in this domain is that even if we create the rules, we can't follow them, because the technology is changing so fast. So I would recommend to be careful with setting the rules that you can't follow. Otherwise, you're going to have a chaos anyway. And we have a chaos anyway. So rather, put the rules what you know you can follow, so the rules need to be more easier and simple. But the responsibility is something what grows. From the data-driven to purpose-driven, I kind of already mentioned that. This type of AI system and solution design, we need to refigure it. Is it this type of technical components, our MCP servers, or whatever this type of technical components or workflows we are building? We need to review the design. This is something what in the larger companies, we need to review our IT architecture, actually how it works. The last thing what I think is a little bit like tricky is this type of technical controls and human oversights. EU Act defines that we need to have a human oversight. I think it's wishful thinking, because how humans work, we want to be in a control, but give away the responsibility. And I think that if we are doing it wrongly, we are also going to lose the control. And this type of human oversights, what we see already in our operational, that we are going to have AI solutions, And then we are going to have AI solutions which will govern these AI solutions. These are called this type of guardian AI. You know, it sounds very good, guardian, yes. And then, most probably in a year, we are going to have so many guardian AIs that we are going to have another guardian AI. And then maybe, eventually, there will be a human who tries to figure out what's going on. And luckily, it's not yet here today, but I think it will happen. So this type of technical control and human oversight is something to consider, that how actually you roll it out, how it works. And it starts obviously with the basic skills and understanding of how this system works. Yes, so, and unfortunately or fortunately, this list continues. There are a lot of other components which we need to figure out, but many of them we are learning by doing, and that's not actually the bad way to do. Also, the AI we have today is the worst AI we are ever going to use. So it will just get more and more, and you can end the sentence yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Question time. I mean, you have time to generate some questions with AI, maybe, very quickly. But if not, thank you.
Yes, aitäh.
And for us, next is lunch, and I'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Järgmine plokk oli vist suht lihtne, ma vaatasin. Et on see... okei. So thank you to the panelists. And now we move on. I think nowadays it seems that whenever we talk about tech and adoption of tech and innovation and developments, at least in the European Union, the other half of the sentence is regulation, and it concerns everything we heard about cloud. Of course, it's about AI and the AI Act and everything else, and also in the domain landscape also. So now, Polina, you are ready to come on stage and share what is happening, what's here, and what might be coming.
Thank you very much for a kind introduction, and it's also very nice to follow an excellent panel that was talking already about one of the biggest EU regulations that are affecting the domain name industry. So yeah, I'm happy to be here. I'm Polina. I'm also very thankful for the Estonian Internet Foundation for bringing me home to my home country. So I'm extremely happy to be here and give that overview to you today. But I'm based in Brussels, so yeah, and I work at Centre, and I will tell you a little bit in a few moments what is Centre and why I am the one telling you about the EU regulation today. So yeah, let's just get it started. So first, who is Centre? So we are the Association of European Country Code Top-Level Domain Registries, such as .de for Estonia, .lv for Latvia, .lt for Lithuania. And yeah, so we have currently 54 and 8 associate members. So overall, let's say Centre community, Centre membership, together with associate members, are responsible for around 80% of all registered domain names worldwide. And we also have observer community as well. So these are our friends at friendly organizations and partners at RIPE NCC, ICANN, and also the European Commission. So yeah, our objective as Centre is to get members together, get CCTODs, European CCTOD community together, and yeah, promote and participate in the development of high standards and best practices. So basically, we come together, share knowledge, expertise, friendships, and yeah, and sometimes try to find common solutions to the common problems. And finally, my area of expertise is in the policy regulatory affairs. So we are also, we also have a vector of policy work at Centre. So as we have OCCs together, we also discuss the common challenges and identify challenging regulations and policies that are coming from the EU specifically. And we also advocate on behalf of European CCTODs, primarily within the EU institutions. So that's why I'm here today, to give you this overview. So let's move on to the EU regulation that affects domain name industry. I have to also start with a caveat, since actually the EU regulatory landscape is quite complex and there is a lot of direct and indirect impact on domain name industry. But today I will specifically focus on a few highlights, if I may say, that I think are more pressing for the community. We heard already from the previous panel how important NIS2 is, but we also have other cybersecurity relevant regulation in space. And we also have already at the moment ongoing discussions that will have a direct effect on both registries and registrars, and they are coming from quite not the usual typical space for the tech regulation, actually from the financial space. So we'll talk about that as well today. And we also have some initiatives coming up. And well, the first one's already by the end of this year, and more next year in the bullet points that are related to simplification, a buzzword I will tell you about, but also in data retention. And I will also tie it actually with the first panel that we had this morning on digital sovereignty. So that's also a huge buzzword in Brussels at the moment. So yeah, it's great that we already discussed the move to cloud, but there might be also some hidden and other impacts on DNS from that discussion as well. So let's go to compliance. So basically with what type of cybersecurity legislation we have at the moment. And as we heard from the panel before, NIS2. I will give you a very brief overview. You've already heard, and a lot of you raised your hands, so you're all experts in NIS2. But essentially, there are two pillars, as you can see also from my slide. So first of all, the NIS2 is, of course, the cybersecurity regulation. So its primary goal is to raise the levels of cybersecurity within essential and important digital infrastructure. So TLDs and DNS service providers, sorry for a bit of a, it moved wrong, the bullet points. So there are two main, let's say, focus areas at the moment for this audience. So TLD registries and DNS service providers are considered essential digital infrastructure. Basically, almost critical, because there's also actually another regulation or the directive on critical infrastructure. But essentially for the digital space, NIS2 identifies DNS as essential for the functioning of information society. So it also prescribes certain minimum cybersecurity risk management measures that in the directive are a list of certain requirements, but there is also another more longer implementing regulation that actually specifies what these minimum cybersecurity risk management measures actually mean for TLDs and DNS service providers. And being essential also means that there is also obviously an extensive oversight framework for these essential entities. So it's so-called ex ante and ex post supervisory regime. So that means that the supervisory authorities can come and audit and ask to demonstrate the compliance with the minimum cybersecurity risk management measures. And there is also an obligation to report an incident. If there is a significant cybersecurity incident occurring within the infrastructure managed by TLD registries, there is an obligation to report the incident as soon as possible. And we already heard from the panel moderated by Helen before that we also have the Article 28, which is sort of a little bit a weird animal within NIS2, because it only concerns TLD registries and registrars that might or might not be DNS service providers. So for registrars, of course, the assessment needs to be done whether you provide DNS service, then you're also subject to the first bullet points, and if you're not, then you're basically subject to Article 28 requirements, which is the data accuracy, as we heard from the panel before. So here as well, very quickly, we have the minimum data sets that TLD that actually are obligatory to TLD registries and registrars to collect. Minimum ones include the name of the registrant, their email and phone number. These data sets need to be accurate and complete. And we heard that there is a way of keeping these accurate and complete, including by verification. But as we heard from the panel, it's not an obligation, but it's strongly encouraged that some type of verification is being performed, and it is for the operator to choose how. Then all the non-personal information within the domain name registration data needs to be public. And if it's not public and it includes personal data, then it needs to be given access to all legitimate access seekers within 72 hours. And there's also the obligation to not duplicate of data collection, so also something that the previous panel already talked about. So registries and registrars are encouraged to cooperate in order to not duplicate the collection of the same data sets from the same registrant multiple times. So that's the NIS2 overview. So what's happening in the transposition? Also we already heard from the panel before, it depends on the member state. It's a directive, so it's for the member state to decide how to interpret the provisions in the directive, and they might go into more detail at national level. So from the European Commission information, these are the countries that have not yet transposed NIS2 directive. So if there are any people from these countries, you still have to wait until your member state will give guidance on how to interpret NIS2. But we also collected some data from our side and surveyed members in summer. So we have a little bit some data sets that I prepared in terms of how center community, different CCTLD, European CCTLD registries interpret current landscape with NIS2 transposition. So 54% of the surveyed center members in that survey consider registries and registries and registrars to have a shared responsibility for the Article 28 requirements. Also, some registries have eliminated phone number collection as part of their GDPR compliance previously. So now, as you've seen, the phone number collection is back, as it's a mandatory data set in the NIS2 directive. There are no reported changes to the controller-processor relationship between registries and registrars, so that's also still important to know that GDPR still continues to be an important piece of compliance regulatory space. So pre-delegation and post-delegation verification checks are equally sort of distributed across, at the moment, across registries thinking on how to implement NIS2 requirements on Article 28, which also, by the way, NIS2 gives that flexibility. It doesn't say that it always needs to be a pre-delegation verification check. And yeah, there's also a list of legitimate access seekers that can have access or can request access to non-public domain and registration data. And these are primarily law enforcement authorities, competent cybersecurity authorities under NIS2, but they could also be some other entities depending on their member states. And we still have no clarity on the legitimate access seekers, just also because the transposition law doesn't always say what's, how to interpret this provision. So that's roughly on NIS2 at the moment. So let's move on to the next one, which is another interesting cybersecurity piece of legislation that went primarily quite on the radar, I think, for us, because we were focusing on NIS2, of course, because it's the primary cybersecurity legislation for us. But in the parallel with NIS2, there was another legislation proposed and negotiated, which, so-called DORA, so the Digital Operational Resilience Regulation, and it primarily concerns financial entities. So basically, it's sort of like a NIS2 law for financial entities. But why is it important for us is that both registries and registrars might be considered critical ICT third-party service providers that are providing a service for financial entity. Of course, in our case, it's the domain name of the banks and other financial entities. So this could be also insurance providers, crypto service providers, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a long list of financial entities that must make sure that their ICT risks are identified and covered. So basically, DORA obliges financial entities to map all ICT services and assess the risks that these ICT services might pose to their operational resilience. And they also need to have a high reassurance that there is very high security standards in place across these ICT services, and then perform potentially audits of critical ICT services. So we just established previously that NIS2 considers TLD registries essential and critical. So does this mean we are also falling as the critical ICT service provider under DORA? It's unclear. So it actually does not say so, and it's a gap in the legislation because obviously, NIS2 was not considered, or NIS2 was considered only for financial entities and tried to exclude them from double security measures, etc., but not the ICT service providers. So if registries and registrars are considered to be critical under DORA, then they might be subject to another centralized / collective oversight framework under DORA, basically financial entities requiring to negotiate specialized contracts for security and perform audits, including on-site inspections. So, it's a little bit doomsday, but hopefully not. So good news is that if you have not been approached by a supervisory authority under DORA yet, it's good news. It's most likely you're not considered to be a critical ICT third service provider. But there another note to registrars here. So obviously on the DNS side, most likely it will not be critical, but still there needs to be some public awareness and discussion with financial entities, potentially mapping domain names as, and if not critical, but just as a ICT third-party service provider, so they still can come and still try to negotiate tailored contracts. So there needs to be still awareness on, raising awareness on what is a domain name, what is actually a nature of the domain name for the provision of the banking platform or mobile bank application, etc. But also if there are additional services included like cloud or hosting, then of course that's a different service that if the registrars in room or other providers that are offering that to financial entities, then we have to go through again the same assessment. So I'm sorry for this potentially bad news, but there is more of cybersecurity legislation that is, obviously indirectly affecting DNS and digital services. So moving on to what's in the pipeline. So these are basically currently negotiated different pieces of legislation that might have or will have an direct impact on registries and registrars. So as I've already said, I will be focusing on specifically the financial regulation. So DORA was like a little introduction to that area. So unfortunately, in addition to DORA, we also have a completely different set of current regulatory initiatives. Some of them are still in a negotiation process, but one is already in force, meaning that it's already a finished, finalized legislation that is currently applicable already to crypto asset service providers. And what is interesting here is that out of nowhere, the domain names, and specifically the deletion of the domain names, is part of the enforcement of current financial regulation that affects digital space. So basically, so the first one is the market and crypto asset regulation that is currently in force, introduced a possibility for the competent authorities that are competent under financial oversight frameworks to order registries or registrars to delete a domain name of infringing service. And you see between the brackets all the different financial entities that are in scope. So it could be a domain of a bank, credit institution, payment service, crypto asset service provider, insurance provider, etc. It's a long list. So, what is an infringing service? So you might think it might be fraud, but it's not. It could also be basically, so under MiCA, so the Markets and Crypto Assets Regulation, it might be fraud. But for example, Financial Data Access Framework, which is currently under negotiation, is basically for the refusal of sharing financial customer data with third parties. So it doesn't necessarily mean fraud. And in the worst case scenario, the domain name of the bank, credit institution, payment service, crypto asset service provider can be deleted. And we all know as industry experts what a deletion of domain names entails, also for the consumers, also for the users of that financial service. So how shocking it might be, especially in the financial space. So we have that now in Financial Data Access Framework, basically a copy-paste of the same language that is in Markets and Crypto Assets Regulation. And recently, like 2 months ago, it was also added in the Payment Services Regulation, which is also currently under negotiation process with the excuse that it's already part of the financial regulation. Good news is that it's still considered to be a measure of last resort, so that there are still some safeguards in place so that the domain names cannot be deleted lightly or easily. But it still lacks the let's say, transparency and a public debate about what is a domain name, is it proportionate, is it needed really, for example, under Financial Data Access Framework, which is supposed to be a positive regulation that should encourage the development of new financial services. But then we have that type of sort of like a threat of deleting a domain name if you disagree with sharing the financial data, financial customers' data with third parties. And maybe like a last point about this one is that it was actually inspired by the existing EU consumer protection legislation that's already been in force for quite some time. Soon it will be already almost 10 years. So in the consumer protection space, it is considered to be a proportionate measure to delete domain names that pose a significant threat to consumers, which is which was also negotiated in a more transparent and open process. And there's also been a Commission impact assessment saying that there is a need to offer consumer protection authorities such power, but now it's being basically borrowed from the consumer protection legislation into financial space, and it's not the same level of understanding and the same level of care towards what it actually means to the consumers of financial regulation. So that's basically on the domain name level enforcement. And so what's next? So what's we're still discussing and still expecting in the next months and years. So as I said, first is we also have a bunch of new buzzwords in Brussels regarding upcoming legislation. So first we have this big agenda on simplification. So of course also due to geopolitical reasons as well, and I'm sure you've all followed the news. The tensions, especially with the US, and the EU regulation always been cited as an obstacle to innovation and a sanctioning regime for non-EU entities. So Commission has listened to these calls from the industry primarily, and so they are currently preparing a simplification package in the digital space. So basically they're looking at everything that currently affects the digital area, and they're trying to see and find some synergies or opportunities to simplify the legislation, to streamline it. But they've also made entirely clear that this is not going to be, for example, getting rid of the GDPR. So that's not going to happen. So we'll still have to see what exactly they mean by that. They've also obviously a focus on cybersecurity primarily, because it's a big priority for EU, and in that specific space they're looking into so the incident reporting overlaps between different legislation, and also the audits and risk management measures. So at the moment, as you've seen, there is at least an opportunity to simplify DORA and NIS2 when it comes to the overlap of their application towards service providers. But it's not, they've also said that it's not going to be getting rid of the Article 28 of NIS2. So that's also unfortunate, because it would, I think, simplify a lot our lives. But unfortunately, they're not looking into simplifying that part. But there is at least an opportunity to discuss these issues currently. So we'll see, most likely by the end of the year, what exactly they plan in the simplification and when it comes to the digital package. Then another recurring topic, it's not really a new topic, but so we're still also discussing the topic of data retention. So it's basically retention of certain metadata processed by service providers for the purposes of access to that metadata for law enforcement. And registries and registrars, and of course specific access to domain name registration data, has been identified as one of the areas where that type of data retention regime could be helpful for the law enforcement authorities. So similarly, as with the digital package, at the moment the Commission is conducting an impact assessment. So it's basically a pre-legislative phase when Commission is consulting different stakeholders and trying to find, gather public feedback before they suggest a concrete proposal for either regulation or directive or any other policy document. So we still have to see what type of data will be covered by these upcoming data retention rules. So also stay tuned. This one is supposed to be coming out in the beginning of next year, so 2026. So maybe at the next Baltic Domain Days, we will discuss data retention. And finally, of course, the digital sovereignty discussion, and we heard also from the panel this morning on the question of moving to cloud and how to balance data protection and data localization rules, etc. So of course, we discussed cloud in the morning, but there's also still unclear how, for example, it might affect DNS, since DNS is global and decentralized, and governed by standards that are set at the global level. And there's a reason for that. And yeah, we also already heard that there might be a DNS for you maybe, and what it might entail. So, and we don't know what it might entail still. So yeah, so digital sovereignty remains also high on the agenda. And yeah, I think at the current discussions on the digital sovereignty, the primary aspect of it is so-called Buy European rule. So that is primarily targeting public procurement, but it might also, for example, mean that, okay, that not only does it need to be established, or the provider needs to be established, or the service needs to be established in the EU, but also it might be that it needs to be certified or be only using EU standards. And of course, again, here we might have a conflict with the global standard setting discussions for domain name system, since it's a global resource. So yeah, so this is it from my side. But before I do my little closing, I would also like to ask if you have any questions, because I think we still have time. So if you want any more details about anything, let me know. I'm happy to provide more information. Go ahead, Rowena.
Thank you, Paulina, for that excellent presentation. I was just wondering, the reference to making registries and registrars delete domain names linked to financial services, do you think that they used delete intentionally, knowing that the domain name can be re-registered, or do you think that they meant to say suspend, or they just not paid that much attention to it?
Excellent question. Excellent question, Rowena. So the short answer, they didn't know. And I think they might actually, I think they probably meant suspend, but it got lost in translation. So they proposed delete, and specifically the financial data access framework. And that was one of our biggest points in providing feedback on that, and with the meetings we did with the Commission, was that the technical action is wrong, and it's even going to be worse for cybersecurity or consumer protection purposes. So the current language is to delete a domain name with an opportunity for the consumer, for the competent authority to re-register. So basically, they mean some type of seizure, because it's not even transfer. So, yeah, it's a bit messy, the technical action, but they want the domain names to be not in use, and then they want some type of oversight from the competent authority. So, yeah, that's the answer, unfortunately. But yeah, there's just not enough understanding on also the technical actions. But they specifically reference delete, which is the explicit wording. Yes.
Thanks very much, Paulina. That was, as Rowena said, incredibly interesting. And I've also got a question on that same proposed legislation, and it's just about, I'm not sure if I understood properly the what counts as infringing. And I think I heard you say it was not disclosing data, but I may have misunderstood. And is it not disclosing data to the regulatory authority, or?
No. But thanks for this clarifying question. So no. So it's not for the access from the competent authorities or even legitimate access seekers. Not even that. But it's basically the FIDA, so the Financial Data Access Framework, is about. Sorry. So it's about trying to move the non-personal customer information. I don't know exactly what it means. Sort of to the actors outside. To the sort of to fintech companies, or so the providers who might want to offer innovative services in financial services. But since the banks and the financial institutions hold most of it, they're sort of the primary ones that will be required to release that data for the purposes of anybody, fintech companies, developing innovative services. So if they refuse to do that, then their domain name might be deleted. So it's not about actually disclosing registration data or customer data, But it's unclear because at the same time they say it shouldn't have the personal data, but it could be patterns or like usage of the financial service, some type of research information. So so it's that, more on that. Oh, aitäh. Aitäh. Nii. So any more questions before I lose my voice entirely? Oh, always happens. Okay, if not, and also I'm happy to have a chat at the coffee breaks and later as well, then just very quickly before I lose my voice, very quickly, I'm going to take another sip. So if you're interested in EU policy, regulatory space, and everything that relates to its impact on the domain name industry, please subscribe to our newsletters, and specifically to EU updates, as you can see from the screenshot. Just go to centre.org, and you can stay updated and keep track with Centre of what's happening in Brussels. And I promise you, it won't be a flurry of spammy emails. It will be one email per month, where we just make a nice summary and update you on what's happening in Brussels. So please, it's absolutely, if you agree with privacy policy, it's all free and no obligation from your side, and you can always unsubscribe. So that's it. Thank you so much. And
Thank you, Paulina. Thanks. And since Paulina said you're welcome to chat with her during coffee breaks, we, as it happens, have a coffee break coming up. So for the next half an hour, have a good coffee, and I'll wait you here at 3 o'clock. So, welcome back for the last section of our conference. I ask you to sit down, take your seats, and we will continue with the, educational and future-looking block of the conference. And we will start with the three registrars from three different Baltic states sharing their experience on how they are educating the next generation on these matters, whether we see people taking an interest in domain names and all of that, or maybe not, and if something should be done or could be done or not at all. So we will start with Estonia. All right, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Here come my slides. My name is Aet, and my connection to Estonian Internet Foundation is that I have been in the council of the organization for now a little bit more than 10 years. So I joined ACE Council in 2014, and it was a very interesting time because by then the biggest turmoils that the organization faced in the early days were kind of, I would say, behind already. And it was an exciting time forward, and quite quickly we realized that now that the kind of technical challenges are I'm not saying that there are not technical challenges today, but there were quite a lot of different interesting challenges in the beginning of let's say, reorganizing the top domain management that the organization faced in early years. Many of them were kind of sorted out, and then we, looking into the future, discovered that it's not only an organization that should have a technical function, but it's a broader function for sure, because it's not only about making sure that technically our country domain runs smoothly, but also we want to make sure that our users know how to protect themselves in that domain, have the skills and knowledge to collaborate, use the data, share the data, etc. So I'm really happy to share the experiences and different efforts that have taken place and are still continuing that are more related to the social role of that organization, giving back to the community. So already in 2014, one of the kind of important aspects was present in our statute, which is the fact that Internet Foundation represents the community of Internet users in the international networks. And in 2023, we kind of extended that social task and added that we are also actively involved in promoting internet governance and internet freedoms, etc., in Estonia as well. And it wasn't so much about like deciding that now we will start doing that, but it was more, I would say, reflecting what the organization was already doing for very, very, very many years. The way Internet Foundation is giving back to the community, there are very different projects or initiatives taking place. One of my favorites is the fact that we fund different community-sparked projects. And one of the first ones that was funded in 2017 was an initiative that was very passionately driven by Birgi Lorents. I'm sure our Estonian peers here have heard that name at least. And she was at that time basically in Baltic very passionately, driving different initiatives that were targeting different age groups And küberpuuring was not the first project that she was driving, but one of the kind of follow-up projects, I think it was küberpähkel or something that was before that. And they have had a very ambitious goal of bringing 10,000 young cyber talents to the field by running these küberpuuring exercises or competitions first in the schools, then bringing them together, and then also giving them a possibility to go and compete on the international arena. And of course, that was absolutely exciting for people who had a little bit of passion towards that field. So giving them an outlet and also involving young students who maybe otherwise would not have ever found that topic for themselves. And I looked into the latest 2025 küberpuuring results, and it was this year 117 schools that participated, and close to 4,000 students were participating all together in those initiatives, and I think it's awesome. I understand that 4,000 students doesn't sound a lot for a country with the size of population of Germany, for example, but in Estonia it's huge. Our population is so tiny that number of students is absolutely remarkable. And of course, that also gave us a possibility to come and organize webinars, introduce the DNS field to those young talents. And this is kind of the continuation, that is continuing kind of efforts that are going on all the time. So this was one of the first projects, but it didn't stop there. We got all quite excited that if we use a little bit of the funds that the organization has to support those people that are the community, that want to do cool things, and basically just support them a little bit, not throw the money on the market and see who picks it up and starts doing something, but match initiative with a little bit of funding. That sounded like such an exciting idea that we decided to start doing these funding rounds on an annual basis and openly advertising them. They were initially targeting young audiences mostly, due to different reasons. During last couple of years, we have also added a second, let's say, target group to those efforts, which is the elderly community. But also what we discovered with the kind of targeting the school children and youth was that more and more in the the project applications, funding applications, we started kind of picking up on the notes that it's the teachers that need support a lot as well. So now these three target groups are the most kind of, let's say, popularly involved in the projects that we have been funding. And it's really lovely to see that the interest towards that little funding program has grown year by year. This year we funded 13 different projects. Who wants to know more? I would say that this year was really interesting funding round because we had such a wide range of different projects as well, and different types of organizations, so schools, non-profits, foundations, etc. Please go to the website and read about the projects that were funded. I hope that news article is also in English available, yeah? I hope so. All right. So, yeah, 47 applications came in this year, 13 were funded. And the focus areas year by year have been very similar. So cybersecurity, knowledge, skills, digital skills, how to protect yourself, etc. And the projects are range very widely. So it's organizing different events. It can be something that is organized for a school. It can be something that is organized for a certain community, different competitions, challenges, workshops, etc. So here are just few examples of those projects. And again, due to very limited time, I hope maybe we can touch some of those projects later in the discussions. But But again, please Google them. Some of them are really, really cool. I'm so excited about some of the projects. Yesterday I was looking at these DigiUps videos that were done, I think, with this year's funding, yeah? And they're awesome. The content is in Estonian. It is put together in a way that is attractive to somebody who has, used to a short attention span and scrolling and switching through content very quickly. So it captures what is important and presents it in a very lovely way. But in addition to funding different community-initiated projects, we also organize different events, such as this one here. But it's not only. So, for example, this Internet Governance Forum, which we in Estonia call Internetipäev, Internet Day, is also something that has become a traditional event. A few numbers here, but we're really happy to see that not only we have these experts coming together and actively participating in the discussions, but also recordings of these events have gained popularity. So that gives us the assurance that we are doing the right things. Then not only do we fund projects and organize events ourselves, but ACE has also been very active in contributing and making sure that DNS-related topics are being discussed in events that are organized by others. So Estonians again know Arvamus Festival. We have this huge festival happening in center of Estonia. Everybody comes together and the range of topics is very wide that's being discussed there. And why is it important for us to be present there with the topics that are related to DNS? Because the majority of the people who come there don't come there because of their interest towards cybersecurity or web domain or any digital interest. They might come there because they're interested to see the presidential candidates debate. Or they might be there because they are interested to see some other event that is taking place under that umbrella. And that gives us access, visibility towards people who didn't seek that information, but who walked past and stopped because the discussion was interesting. So another great initiative that has now become a tradition. Am I already over time, by the way? A little bit. Okay, I'll try to go through the next things a little bit faster. Obvious things, collaboration with our international partners. So there was early April training days organized in collaboration with RIPE, just one of the examples that has happened this year. And of course, every year something is taking place. ACE has an open door policy and behaves like a competence center. So whoever is the party that should know more or wants to know more, organizations always happy to do dedicated training days, be it lawyers or judges or prosecutors or police and border guard, or have a discussion about how to reasonably manage things when issues arise in CERT or whatnot. So open door policy towards everybody, and we are very happy if those collaboration partners take interest in the domain in more detailed level. But what we have learned, especially when it comes to these funding projects, I think one of the main takeaways for us right now is that it would be very, very nice to have more coordination. We see a lot of same wheels being invented by different communities. We would like to see a lot more of reuse of what has already previously been done. 10 years ago, there wasn't maybe that much good quality materials available in Estonia, for example, but today there already is. And seeing in where somebody starts and comes and describes that they are starting something from the scratch is not something that we like to see. It would be really good if there would be more coordination about what is already there. DNS topic itself is not maybe as exciting as we would like it to be, so we need to constantly be very clever in how to kind of tie that topic to whatever the community is planning to do. So that's definitely interesting aspect that we need to keep in mind. And also, of course, different target groups need very different approaches and very different tools. So again, a lot of coordination actually would benefit, for example, when it comes to, I don't know, teaching elderly population, for example. Yes. I think, in short, that's what we have learned so far, and yeah, it's something where, you know, when your basic hygiene is under control, then you have the bandwidth to do things to give back to the community, and I'm really happy that Estonian Internet Foundation is in that situation for quite a long time already. That our basic hygiene is taken care of. We have lots of good digital tools available, and we can actually spend some of our bandwidth, of our attention to educating and sharing the knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. And now we are moving to Latvia with Katrina.
Yes, thank you very much. Hello again. So when we talk about education, we think about the future. So for us, it's all about the future. So how can we ensure that DNS is still around and we can safely retire? So do you know how old your customers are? Luckily, we do. As I mentioned yesterday, around 40% of our domain name holders are private individuals. And they are all asked to enter the personal code. Our old pre-GDPR personal codes contained birth data. And we use that birth data to see their age. Well, here you can see the distribution, how old they are. And then we looked how the picture has changed over the years. And as you can see, with every coming year, those people are getting by a year older. Well, the question is, why is it so? Why is it happening? As we already discussed yesterday, young people prefer simpler things like social media. And yes, as you mentioned, DNS is not the most exciting topic. And of course, all those TikTok videos are way more exciting. And people think that, yeah, why do I need a domain name if I don't have a company? And why do I need a website with a domain name if I can use ChatGPT to ask anything? And so the question is where that ChatGPT gets the content from a website. But website owners see dramatic drop in the number of visitors that come to their websites. So how can we ensure that they continue using the web to put any content there? And of course, when we offer domain name registrations to individuals, so they have to be of age, because otherwise, according to law, the contract is not valid. So what can we do? Is there anything we can do to ensure that the future of DNS is in safe hands? So we looked at, that's another thing, what's happening elsewhere. First, of course, whenever you are, if you're in school, you need the email address to access something. In universities and organizations, you get your own email address. Of course, there are information campaigns, especially related to cybersecurity, where they tell you not to click there or use your email responsibly, and so on and so on. There are many startups, businesses, projects that need domain names. Unfortunately, what we see is that some projects, for example, of 2 years, they continue doing something, especially governmental institutions. They have a project They advertise it all over media. And then, okay, I'll try to move so that you can see the picture. Now I'll try not to drop off the stage, which probably would add some entertainment, but won't be of any value. What we see with the government projects, they run a project for 2 years, they advertise, they have some backlinks and everything, and then after 2 years their funding expires, and then they say, we don't need the website, we don't need the domain name, and somebody gets the domain name and then use whatever popularity they have built. And they also have very interesting courses in school where they teach students about IP addresses, about domain names. Well, probably not in the light that we would prefer, but still, they in their curricula they have the topic of domain names, and they even build some simple websites. Yes, using some automated tools, but nevertheless, they have some basic knowledge. So how do we contribute? So how can we help? One thing that we do, we offer to those students, they can register one id.lv domain name for free. But that's only to those residing in Latvia, older than 18. You have to be of age. But we do even more. We, on our website, we write articles. So, for example, if you want to drop your domain name, do it responsibly. Make sure that you don't use this domain name for example, your social media accounts. If you're so fond of your social media accounts, well, just don't lose them. Make sure that your partners, your business partners, know that you are dropping this domain name, and so that they do not continue sending you some business sensitive information. We are active on social media, again, sharing and caring for our customers, our people. Baltic Domain Days actually is one of those events that was born out of the need to give back to the community, educate, and bring together those people who care about the industry. Cyber Chess, that's a cybersecurity conference where we also try to be present, and we organized Baltic Domain Days in conjunction with this conference. Workshops, of course, we go to schools, we talk to entrepreneurs, we try to address, talk to public institutions, judges, the police, everybody who needs to know more about domain names. Unfortunately, they learn about domain names and then they either forget or they leave and go work somewhere else. But still, the more people we engage, the more people we teach, the more people know about the DNS, the happier we are. And still, they're all gonna die. So what can we do? And then we decided, okay, we need to bring young people. We need young people to start registering domain names. Forget about their TikTok accounts and their 10-second long videos. We need to make sure that they register domain names. How to do that? So before grabbing people on the streets and started asking these questions, we just decided, wait a minute, we have young people in our organization. So we took there are 4 of them actually, younger than 25, 18 to 25, we put them into a room, we locked them up and said, okay, now you have to figure out how can we make DNS more interesting for young people. As it turned out, actually, 2 of them have never heard of domain names before they started working for us, which was not very encouraging. But we still asked them, what can we do? What do we do wrong? Because we do all those things, and still our domain name users are dying. And yeah, so we asked them those questions. So how do you view those domain names, and what can we do? And actually, they came up with a very, very good ideas. I'm not saying we're going to implement all of them, but they did really very good work, and they were very serious about the topic, because the entire organization was looking up to them and expecting results. So first, yeah, be more active in going to schools. And actually, we've done that already. We've had several sessions in cooperation with our patent office. They are already very active going to students, talking about the need to register their own enterprises, about being more active in registering trademarks, for example. And we actually, no, okay, I can't say we saw very many students interested in the topic, but those who participated, they asked very good, very deep questions, and that was encouraging. We also think more about joining our efforts with some already existing activities like Junior Achievement and offer our organization for Shadow Day. And one of the main things that they pointed out was, well, you have to make it available to young people. If you want young people to use domain names, you have to give them this opportunity. So now we're thinking how to get rid of our lawyers, me included, and make sure that we can offer that. Maybe with the parents, although, you know, when a kid has to first explain to their parents what they need and why they need it, so it might be a barrier. Nevertheless, those younger people who already want to... actually, we had a very interesting case when somebody wanted to become a registrar. And after some exchange, it turned out that the guy was only 14 years old. But he was already thinking about becoming a registrar, and I think that's a very good thing. And I attribute it to our activities in the field of education. So, we understand that our future, the future of our CCTLD, depends on our ability, if we are able to get those young people engaged, and if they register, then we will stay relevant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, Thomas, you are ready, and we would like to see or hear if the Lithuanians are also dying, or what's the situation there?
I hope I will not be so dramatic as Katrina. Yeah, so we are part of university, but still we are not in the university's like educational process. So we are doing domain name business. So, but still, I think one of the first projects was to design and to make domain registration and website creation detailed guide, because we think that domain name by itself, it doesn't create so much value for end user, because the user wants a product. Usually they imagine the product as a website or as email address or other product, but not the domain by itself. So the guide describes in details, step by step, how to create a registered domain name, how to create website, to what pay attention, and so on and so on. So all the step by step. Vaidotas actively participating in teaching end users in regions. So as you can see in photo, so he goes to regions, to business information centers in these regions, talks with the representatives of the centers, and they are agreeing on some practical trainings for end users. And then he goes and provides all these practical trainings for the local community, for the small businesses usually, and young people also. The trainings, practical trainings, so it consists of presentation and theory about domain names, about websites and creation. And then it's followed by practical training where people are creating their websites. They even registering domain names if they want to. And topics which are covered by these digital marketing workshops are quite extensive. So it's about the domain names, about DNS, about hosting, about email address creation, about website creation with content management systems, and so on, search engine optimization. And during this process, it's important for us to cooperate with our registrars who are also providing hosting services. So they are providing test accounts for these students to be able to practically to create their websites. And also the benefit for the registrars that these people are already getting familiar with the interface of this registrar. So if we want to later to use maybe or create, so it could be that they will choose this registrar. So it's win-win situation for everyone. Also, we have a series of seminars together with State Patent Bureau of Lithuania. Also, we are cooperating with Lithuanian Chambers of Commerce. Even last week, I had presentation in Chamber of Commerce about new cybersecurity requirements, and there was the day of the CIOs of a region who were interested in this topic. So also there is an ongoing coming project with National Libraries of Lithuania. So we have infrastructure, we have classrooms, how to say, where local internet community can come. So it's a very good opportunity to spread our information and knowledge. Other activities, yes, every year Lithuanian Criminal Police Training Center is organizing training for criminal police who are working with intellectual property and so on. So we are going making presentations about internet resources, IP addresses, domain names, where to find information, how to check it, and so on and so on. So also we had not one presentation to a government working group about blocking access to harmful content on internet, and in regards of DNS, because DNS is the solution in Lithuania which is used to block access to harmful content. And we have, I think, maybe 6 or 7 institutions who have a right to give mandatory order to internet service providers to block access to these resources via DNS. And also we have not a lot, but 1 or 2 lectures in a year about DNS and its role in cybersecurity for students in our university, Kaunas University of Technology. Laura, we have some lessons about disputes between domain names and trademarks. It's more for not IT, but for, I think, to law-oriented students. So, and that's it from our part. There's some pictures with our colleagues doing their job. So, thank you.
Thanks. Yes, I started you maybe. Anyway, I invite you back on stage so we can have a short discussion about these things. You know, I was listening to you and I was thinking, when the internet started, and I have written about the history of internet and all these things in Estonia, then I remember it was a huge thing when we got our .ee. The feeling was that we were part of the world, sort of, you know. It was the time when the borders were opening up and Estonia was becoming Estonia again. Same in your countries, I'm sure. Like, this was almost like a symbol of freedom or a symbol of belonging to the West or something like that. And now, you know, the world is changing, and it can be said that every personal .ee domain with a personal blog or a personal whatever kind of also signals that I'm here in my EE domain and I don't want to be part of the larger world, because the world has moved to LinkedIns and Instagrams and TikToks and all these other places. And we are sitting here saying, oh, you know, it's such a bad thing, people are not registering .ees anymore, but maybe they are registering .coms or just, you know, making TikTok accounts. Like, maybe the world has changed and we are sort of here complaining that young people are not buying horses anymore, although horses are so nice and very friendly animals. And, you know, we should do everything we can to make them buy horses again. And, you know, this is how would you answer to that? If anyone wants to start. Right, you were first. You should...
Oh, sure. It's such a lovely question. I think this question comes up in our council meetings at least once a year.
Okay, so you know what to say then.
I don't think there is like this one truth, but okay, I can like kind of reflect my opinion, and maybe Heiki later, at least in the coffee corner, can also share the numbers. But I think we've been rather fortunate in .ee domain actually, that we haven't, let's say, lost the competition, at least when we look at the numbers, that our growth might be sometimes slowing down or whatnot, but we can't currently, looking at the numbers, definitively say that we are losing the war to .com or .eu or whatnot. And even in the context of you know, some of those main competitors, so to speak, doing proper price dumpings and campaigns and things, our domain is standing pretty solid, which is very, very nice to see. And we've been reflecting on why are people still buying horses? And I guess the kind of answer is in different things. I think a little bit of it is also kind of this national pride, and you know, if you, I don't know, even if you own the international organization, be it the bank or big insurance company or whatnot, then you know, even for international organizations, parking also the local domain is mostly rather traditional thing. But then when you look at it from that side, that if you don't have an international business or idea or personal interest or whatnot, then it seems, at least looking at the experience, that we are proud to own our country top domain as well. Mm-hmm. It might be the only one, it might not be the only one. I might park also my interested name in other top domains, but yeah, people for some reason are still buying horses.
Okay, others? Katrina? Well, how's the horse business in Latvia?
You know, we have problems with grass, but no, actually we do have a lot of grass. And you know, it's a philosophical question. Mm-hmm. And if you switch me into philosophical mode, I will talk for another, I don't know, 20 minutes. I think it's more complicated like that, because you can ask, why bother learning to read if you can watch a 10-second TikTok video? Why would you even care about learning how internet works if it works? If it's always, I just use my phone to access it. I'm not saying that DNS will be there forever. No, if somebody comes up with a better identification service, easier to use, it will be there. And actually, we at the registry, sometimes we do, not every year, but sometimes we do have those discussions. So what would be the next thing? that could replace DNS. Because if we can figure that out and be the first ones to implement, we will be on a horse or whatever.
A spaceship.
A spaceship, yes. Okay, we're not there yet, I must say. But yes, it's DNS definitely will be replaced one day. But currently, everything runs on the DNS. And if DNS is not working, then we're all over the news. We haven't been yet, but...
that would be a disaster day.
Yes.
Like you wake up one day and...
Yes, and then you need a horse because you can't get anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Thomas, what's the Lithuanian view? Like,
I would maybe look from a technical approach. So still, domain names are used to make easier life to access resources, because for computers communicate with each other, they don't need domain names. So actually they're using IP addresses. So, but let's say for the same applications in mobile phones, for them to connect to resources and to get some information, they will use domain names, because if they will encode IP addresses inside, so it will be hard for them to change the internet service provider and so on and so on. So usually they're using domain names, and then if needed, just changing association IP address with domain name. So I think from technical perspective, currently at this internet protocol, domain names are still used. But which one to use? Yeah, I think it's like, if you're a nationalist, you want to show your association with your country, maybe then you're using your country's domain name. If you are globalist, yeah, you will use maybe some domain name which is global. So I think everyone can choose, but looking at the thing that people like to express themselves and associate with some label, like car numbers in Lithuania, they are quite expensive now and still quite popular. And people like all these individual car plates. So they even do not do any, how to say, technical or something, some action. They just like labels. So for domain names, you can use it for different resources, different electronic services to associate emails, websites, and so on. So I think it's still, the horses are not dead.
The health of the CCTLD, the number of .es, .lvs, .lts registered, it's not a number in itself. Like it's a function of something. It shows. It's an illustration of something. You know, for example, I would say the number of .es registered could show the health of small and medium businesses in Estonia. Right? If people start many companies, therefore they will register more .es. I'm sure it's the same in your countries. Or maybe the foreign companies opening up branches in Estonia. So it serves like a mirror view of economy, for example. But maybe something else also. I don't know what that something else is. How do you view, like, should we pursue just the number of domains being registered? Is that number valuable in the bigger picture? Or is it, like, for you, what does it show, the number going up or number going down?
For us, I think it shows, first of all, the country's health in this perspective, because if let's say when war started, Ukraine and Russia, so the domain name registration stopped, actually dropped down. So because people are unsure how they will live, what business they will stop or not. So I think that's unclarity. So it reflects on domain name registrations also. So and we can feel all the, how to say, actual interesting topics of life, looking at the domain names that are registered. If it's elections, we can see all names, surnames, and so on. Registration are coming. If it's it was this hype of crypto, all this, you can see all this wallet, crypto wallet, one name of crypto, so you can see the life, because it's part of your life, and I think it's it shows the whole state of a country.
It's like a weather report for the country.
No, it's like news.
Yeah?
You can skip reading news. You just look at the domain names submitted today, and you know what's happening.
But I mean, yeah, this is a good point, because you see at least a few months ahead. If people start registering domain names implying that the current government is not good at all, or or whatever like topics, you can run a semantic analysis of the new domain names being registered, and can have maybe a pretty good view on what's going to come up in society in a few months.
I think there are also like other aspects. Of course, the kind of how active the smaller companies are in taking their business online, for example, etc. That's definitely something that reflects a trend. But at the same time, when you look at the kind of domains purchased by private persons, it definitely should reflect also the digital skills, etc. So this is the part where making sure that the community is there, the skill set is there. I really liked what you explained, that you were doing this, not only the trainings about like how to create the domain name, but also like how to get your first website up. So that's I think as relevant as the kind of business side of it. So domain owners are not only businesses, but also private people. But also like the ease of access and affordability, and having all these tools and means in place, that if this is not your main target or main, as a private person, I don't think about my domain on a daily basis. But having all these easy to use services in place that I can extend the domains and prolong the domains for more than 1 year, but have longer terms that I can kind of lock this domain there for myself, etc. So it has to be such an easy service for users to actually use it. And they need the skills to actually put their whatever, be it wedding invitation portfolio or whatnot, right? So it's not only about the businesses. But it's just there's this one thing that every now and then we kind of check in what's the situation with that. But in our case, we have this kind of potential unicorn. I don't know, maybe you don't, Heikki, share this idea, but .ee is awesome, but .est is a unicorn. That's not a horse.
Yes.
So, I mean, that would be cool. That's what's who doesn't want to have the domain best or greatest or awesomest? Yeah. So that's a unicorn.
So we are waiting for that to arrive. Yes. How is the community in our countries? I don't think I'm spilling a big secret, but even working as a tech journalist, there is very little internet community per se in Estonia. Whenever these even larger international questions pop up about privacy, all these things, then we start looking for people to ask comments from. It's like, who's there? It doesn't almost exist. And we look at the United States with EFF, or maybe even the Nordic countries or other countries with the pirate parties, which are kind of the same thing maybe. In Estonia, we don't almost even have those.
It's this topic, I think, has the longest and greyest beard in at least on the council meetings. And for first years when I joined the council, for a couple of years we tried to find the community. And Internet Foundation did quite a lot of different efforts, try to invite those communities together, and then there was this historical format where there was some sort of selected group of people who were supposed to represent the community, but there was no real evidence that they actually behaved like a community. And then we kind of let go of the idea of finding some sort of external community who should come and represent the community view in these formats, etc. But let's do it. Let's be that representation of the community, and that's also the driver that pushed the Internet Foundation to work towards the community. So all these funding projects, being present in different open events, organizing the events ourselves, getting the people there, making sure that those events are accessible, they are free of charge, etc., putting the materials online. So we, at least, you are a little bit larger countries than Estonia. But for us, but it was a proper challenge to find those people that we could call the community. But now, I would say that looking back at it now, we haven't actively discussed this anymore, because now all these small communities that we see thanks to our funding rounds, for example, they are all community. They are all these kind of people who take the initiative on the community level and share the experience, and we're happy to share the knowledge about what our organization is doing, etc. So yeah, it's a tricky thing to define what the community is, because we don't have this formalized unit, so to speak, in Estonia.
Yeah, what's Latvia?
I wouldn't say we don't have communities per se, but what I see is total indifference when it comes to, for example, internet governance. You say internet governance and people go like, meh? Why should we care? And I think that's sad, actually, because we should care and we should participate. Of course, when young people ask me, why would we participate? No, don't worry, we'll sort out everything. But yes, it is sad. It is sad that people do not care and they don't even want to somehow participate in processes and contribute to those processes, global processes.
Yeah, Thomas?
It's, I think, similar in our country also. There is no such formal, like, I don't know, internet community association or something like strong voice. So it's more like fragmented people from different areas that have some interest in internet. And last year, Baltic Domain Days was in Vilnius together with this European Eurodic, yes. So it was a good opportunity for local internet community to come and discuss things about internet governance and so on. So it was attended, but not so well as it could be. So as Katrina said, there are some people who are interested in this area. Who knows? But for others, it's you know, it's internet. It's like electricity. So
yes, you have been doing a too good a job. It works all the time, and therefore no one notices you exist.
Yes.
Yeah, it can be.
You should do something about it.
Yeah, exactly. Unplug something, or yeah. Katrina said you found 4 young people working for your organization.
It's not that I found them; they were there.
You're young.
Exactly. That was.
Do we have people who, from the next generation, who actually have a deep understanding about the technical side of all of this, who can take over and run the organization in 5, 10, 15 years? 2
of those 4 young people, 18 and 19 years old, are techies, and they're very good, like really very good. And they are very active, very smart, and very eager to learn, which is probably the most important thing, because I have to admit that I have been depressed by the current state of education in general, everywhere, with all those people believing in flat Earth and other group believing that measles and polio is the best way to naturally boost your immunity.
You read it on the internet.
So maybe we shouldn't teach them reading. Yeah. But they really made me proud and believe in the future of the country and the DNS, because they specifically wanted to come to us to work for the registry, because they thought that is the place, the right place to, and they were right.
Okay. Thomas, how many young people have you found in the office?
1. Actually, yes, but we were quite lucky. We also took one, how to say, it's intern from university. So he made practice. So after half a year, so we offered him a job because he was smart. He was interested in this area. So he said, okay, yeah, I like this area. So now he's the youngest in our team. So average, I think, age in our company maybe was about, I don't know, 49 or something like that. So, and he's now 22 or 23, so yeah. But he feels okay in company, and we are happy to have.
Our two boys also were interns, but we hired them after 1 month because we didn't want to lose them. You know, it's so easy to lose young people these days.
Yeah. Should I ask about Estonia from you? Maybe Heikki will say how many young people around the office.
All are young, yes, we are all very young. But I think that when especially when you talk about countries that are so small and have such tiny teams to manage the top-level domain, then it's not so much about who are knowledgeable and capable and have potential inside the organization, but rather how wide is the knowledge base externally. So I don't know, Timo, do you have like two? No, Timo is thinking very hard whether it's 1 or 2 or 3 or whatnot, but it doesn't ultimately matter. Basically, we as IT or digital natives, we know that there is no technology that somebody else cannot learn, as long as in general the interest towards the field is there. Yeah, that's my answer. I don't think it's so relevant who's inside, but rather how well it's known outside.
Mm-hmm. Just one encouraging point. I remember when I was at a conference in Asia Pacific area, and then there was this guy in the audience. He said, "I'm from Indonesia." So if you know, Indonesia has like 260 million people or something. And he said, we have problems finding good employees. And I'm just like, yes. It's not about how small or big you are. It's really not. It all boils down to education, the topic of our session.
Okay, well, I think it's a very good idea to end here, and I would say thank you, because our next presentation is going to be about taking the education into our own hands, or giving some of it to the hands of AI, whatever that might mean. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I see that Linnar is ready with a presentation about new Tiger Leap in Estonian schools and help AI take over our school children. So please.
Thank you. Yes, hello. Only thing between the successful end of the conference and your free time and you is me. So let's get to the point immediately. When Estonia was in 2017 a president of European Union, it happens every now and then to some of the member states, we put to the table a report which we prepared together with McKinsey Research. And in 2017, it was discussing about the impact of the present technologies of 2017 to European employment market in 2030. Not the future technologies, but the present technologies. And there was only one assumption. There is an economic pressure for the companies to deploy better the technologies in order to be more competitive and productive. And that was pretty much the statement. The presentation took place not far from here, maybe 100 meters in the big hall. It was beautiful flower setting. All the heads of European states were present. Angela Merkel fell asleep in the middle of the presentation. Most of the prime ministers were on their smartphones because they are able to count with one-hand fingers. They counted 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22. My term is way over. 2030 is so far away. The report also stated one very important fact. The shifts and the impact of automation and digitalization to European employment market won't happen overnight. It won't happen in one country only. It won't happen in one sector only, neither in one company only, but it happens every day a little bit. And it's very human for us never to recognize the changes which take place every day a little bit. And I bring us another small example also from just 100 meters from here. If you walk out from this building, there is on the corner of Põhja Street a small local supermarket. At the moment, I think it's called Rimi. At that time, when I was going back in my times, it was called Säästumarket. It included also a rental of VHS tapes, pirate ones. DVDs and CDs were for rent. Most of them, of course, were pirated. And there were 8 lines of cashiers serving you. Later, the same store became rebranded as a Rimi, which is, I believe, even now. And there were still 8 lines of cashiers. They were taking your food, taking beep, and putting it away. Beep, and putting it away. And later on, you were able to pay. Most of the people paid in cash. But still, there was also an opportunity for cash terminal, not tap to pay, but you need to insert it and put the pins, you know it. Not far from that, there appeared one self-checkout counter in that supermarket. And 8 cashier lines remained. A few years later, not 1 week later, but only probably it was a year or 2 later, there were 4 self-checkout counters and 4 cashier lines. And then, if you go there now, there are no checkout lines with cashiers. All self-checkouts. If you want to have some help, you need to push a button and wait for the human intervention. That's a good example of how inert we are in implementing, but also how inert we are as a society to adopt the new technologies. It takes time, it won't happen overnight, and even the most obvious locations, we will not recognize it until we have a kind of fast forward and back time machines available. The self-checkout technology is 1980s. Barcodes, store systems, the ATM payment terminals or the post payment terminals, and it still took a lot of time. However, when we look to that picture, we recognize that something is happening and something is happening in the escalated mode. Anteroglu, a Nobelist in economy, MIT professor, has a skeptical view about the potential impact of AI adoption to the economy. Not because of the AI technology, and we are not talking about the large language models, which are also great benefit for many, many people around the world. Currently, roughly around 2 billion people being on regular basis in the kind of impact sphere of the LLMs. We are talking about the different other verticals also, which make immediate productivity gains, like, for example, 80% of the planet Earth robots are deployed in 5 countries: China, Japan, South Korea, United States, and Germany. Half of the industrial and manufacturing robots in Europe are put in place in Germany. And German enterprises don't do it because they hate people. They do it in order to remain competitive and to be more productive. The price of one industrial robot, which is deployed, has dropped from 500,000 euros to 100,000 euros, and the productivity translated into a full-time employment has reached from 2.8 FTEs to 5.4 FTEs, which means that 1 million industrial robots, which have been put in place in Germany, have been kind of employing extra 5 million people to the employment market. The good thing for the robots is they don't belong to trade unions. they don't get sick, or their children won't get sick at least. They don't need really holidays. You don't need to pay a social tax or any other taxes on top of them. But what was the response to that report was, in 2019, immediately European Parliament started to discuss about taxation of robots. Contribuzione automatica was it called in Italy. The discussion in Parliament, which never ended up with legislation, but the idea was very simple. If you, as an employer, will automate a job with help of digital technologies, you start paying tax, because it's socially unfair to make technology working on the same function as a human being. It followed up in France, in Belgium, in Spain, and also in last German parliament election. This was a heavy discussion about whether we should start taxing robots, because it takes the jobs away from the people. The reality is that we all need to try to adopt, and if possible also to use it for our benefit, make the value capturing happen. Most of the research right now says that companies don't benefit from the AI adoption in the enterprise level. And the reason is not related with the technology, but it's related with the inertia of organizations on adopting the potential technology, the maturity level of the particular organization on digital domain, but also the fact that it has been usually implemented in one simple, small vertical only. The question has arisen, of course, what are the skills needed for the future? And earlier this year in Estonia, a new foundation was created, private foundation, called AI Leap, TI-hype. It has one simple aim. It's not solving all the problems, but one simple aim: to address the de facto reality in the classroom environment and try to make it step by step better. The reality is following. Teachers don't use AI, or sometimes they use, but they ignore the fact that also children are using. So teachers are using the same classroom practices, giving a homework for children. Children, virtually everybody, from the age 10 plus, are using AI help to make their homeworks, and they don't learn anything. The learning outcomes is dropping, AI use is increasing, and there is cognitive dissonance taking place in the education environment. So the solution is to teach teachers how to use AI for the benefit of teaching, and also how to give educational purposed AI tools in hands of children. Yeah, they can use whatever anyway. However, there is a strong push for motivation to use that particular designed for purpose AI tool. And that organization is driving for the partnership, not unfortunately with a local, not unfortunately with a European, but luckily with the best AI providers and platforms globally, which, well, de facto in the classrooms or the digital ecosystem, what we have Google and Microsoft in all the schools. So they are players, but also OpenAI, which has dedicated the biggest part of current work, in addition to the app SDKs and MCP development, to the education purpose, because 80% of ChatGPT users are using it for the purpose of learning something. It's not generating bullshit, but they want really to learn something, to know something, and this OpenAI has considered as a responsibility to improve really that function. And we are just part of that journey. We were able to make a very simple pitch. last year when we approached those companies, Estonian educational digital ecosystem is top of the world. Our students are leading the PISA, which is measuring the outcome of the student know-how and the knowledge. We are small enough to deploy it quickly, and we are big enough to make a case and reference. It is standing, in a sense, on the shoulders, also imaginary shoulders, on the Tiger Leap program, which was initiated 30 years ago. And Tiger Leap was, funny enough, aiming to 3 goals. Take all schools, or provide all schools with a PC at that time, PCs and internet, teach all the teachers how to use PCs and internet for the educational purposes, and to provide all the schools, teachers with digital education curriculum and materials. We delivered first. The internet and PCs were in all schools. With the second, we failed. In many cases, it took very much time, and the teachers were kind of hesitant on adopting that particular new technology, and they really were ashamed in front of students to show how incapable they are with their one finger tapping and then asking, where is any key? Because it was said, press any key, and where on the keyboard there is any. There is no any on the keyboard, they found out, and the students were having a good laugh on them. And the third pillar, content, digital, we also failed. Anyway, it was a great learning exercise, it was a great encouragement for the society, and right now the AI leap, which for various reasons, especially when it comes to the national sport in Estonia, killing all the new initiatives before they were implemented. It's our national sport already for last at least 10 years, I would say. The program was very much in the stealth mode. The negotiations with the technology providers, the overall part of the consortium was in the stealth mode. However, it was initiated and launched in the February by President of Estonia. It is engaging major AI education players, and it tries to kind of make a renaissance of the Tiger Leap when we still were not ready and were not killing all the initiatives and trying to just make the best for us. The aim is to go through not in gymnasium level, just some schools or some areas of education, but to deploy it in all the school curriculum, in all schools, at gymnasium level. And that bunch of people will go to the universities and to the employment market very quickly. When they have the AI skills, and I'm not speaking only about how to use LLMs for the purpose of learning and for the purpose of doing your job, we aim also to integrate it into new understandings on how really is coding going to be evolved and replaced in the nearby future, what is employment market future and opportunities, and of course, obviously, they go to the universities. And what happened when Tiger Leap graduates went to universities, they wanted professors to share their lecture materials over email. They wanted learning management systems, LMSs, to take place in digital mode. So they shifted and changed also the way how university environment is working. And universities are already currently a bit worried about the fact that students are in universities using AI. Professors are still in the late 19th, early 20th century mode. In the later phases, we also need to understand that not only gymnasium level, but also an upper secondary and lower levels of the school, students are already using it, which means that there is no point for the teachers to give a homework which is solvable with a simple ChatGPT session. But even with a basic ChatGPT, is doing miracles. Let me bring you a kind of home example. There is a homework time at home, and there is somebody shouting from the room where the homework is taking place, are lizards laying eggs or are they giving birth? And of course, parents who are just currently browsing social media on their mobile phone say, why won't you look from the textbook? 10 minutes of silence, and then the young guy comes to the room and says, you know what? And it follows 20-minute lecture about lizards who mostly lay eggs. But in our region, the most widespread lizards give birth because making eggs in this type of climate where it's too cold is not good for the eggs, and they have been evolving throughout the evolution so that the eggs are being inside the mother, and then they will give the birth to the actual living lizard, and then the rest of the eggs will be spread out throughout a different way. 20-minute lecture. Wow, the school books are really good, aren't they? No, it was ChatGTP, and I had a kind of 20 minutes good session with ChatGTP about lizards and what it means to be lizard in the Nordic versus in the south, and all the pictures and all the things. So it can be also a fantastic educational tool without looking to the specially education designed models. The tracks which we have set up so far are focusing on the students. And with the students it's very hard because in average Estonian school student is using 3 to 4 different AI applications, which are really good and they are used to them. And learning is really difficult exercise because it's energy consuming, time consuming, and really challenging for the human brain. And it's so easy to just copy paste and then go back to the Fortnite game. It's not just all about the Fortnite, but it's also very much about the other activities which are much more pleasant compared to the learning, which is energy-demanding exercise. So we need to motivate and really have the bonus system for them. Similarly to the teachers who have full autonomy to teach however they want. They can teach math by counting the rocks outside in the nature if they want. Or they can do it with a chalkboard, old school method, or with a paper and pencil, or use digital tools. So there needs also to be a simple benefits for the teachers to buy them in. And finally, to make sure that a continuous collaboration and improvement takes place with the partners. Right after Estonia signed up the deal with OpenAI and Google, they said, sorry, no more countries, because we had Emirates throwing to us $7 billion to be their proprietary education development hub. And right now there are many countries who are trying to enter to the license agreement which we have with an OpenAI by using and utilizing Estonian OpenAI agreement to jump into the license track which we have. However, the collaboration needs to be in place all the time. And this is pretty much the story about the AI leap of the current phase. It's about renaissance of the times when innovation is something which is welcomed by society. It's something which aims to address the shifts and changes which take place in our society and future of employment. And most certainly is a belief that despite the fact that most of the countries in Europe are against in using any digital technology in the education environment, yes, you can be somewhere in the periphery of Europe and do it because it doesn't really matter to the rest. The final anecdotal joke is During the Polish presidency, which took place this year for the European Union, the ministers of education were gathering around the table of European countries, and there was one point in the agenda: banning all digital devices in the European education system. And the reason was very simple. Parents, who are also voters, are worried about the children, about the future of children, because they are all the time online. And they wanted governments to create a safe zone, net diet area. Every day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, children would be closed to a facility called school. All the digital devices would be taken away, and the life is in total digital diet. And this is understandable because parents are so worried, well, despite the fact that parents are the most emerging stupid users of all the digital devices compared to their own children. However, that is also something which is reflecting back to us about the political framework of the current states in many European countries, where the proposals are put to the table and decisions are made on the non-argumented, non-rational, but in many cases, emotional basis. So what I would wish for you all is more rational and argumented cases for your present and the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we have a few questions to Linar. If not, then you are free to leave.
Thank you.
I don't know. I said if not. But it looks like your message was clear. Well, I have no questions. I know everything. But yeah, it's actually time for us to wrap up the conference for this year. So over 2 days, we had 5 panel discussions and 6 presentations and 21 experts from many different countries. This has been the 5th Baltic Domain Days, and I'm informed that next is for Katrina to organize. So start buying the tickets to Riga and then booking hotels, because when the event finally takes place at whatever time, I don't know, then I'm sure the hotels will be sold out in Riga, and yes, they will be super expensive. So thanks again to the organizers, to Heikki and the Estonian Internet Foundation and the according organizations from Latvia and Lithuania also, and sponsors ICANN and Blackwall. We hope you enjoyed your time here at the conference, here in Tallinn, who's not from Tallinn, and thank you.